Hello, Night Fright Lights, and welcome back to Sashiko Potions. I am your host, Robin Sashiko, the wonderful and spooky alchemist who's here to make your day just a little bit more magical. Hopefully, you're all having a good day today. Happy Tuesday, innit? Hello, everybody. Hope that you've all been having a good week so far. Wow. Boop. What was that boop for? Hi Blake, hi Forbin, hi Draco, cheeseburger. Yeah, hopefully you're all doing good today. So I was supposed to play Terraria today. It was supposed to be Terraria Tuesday, but I'm not sure what's going on with Per, but I think she's gonna be taking a break from streaming or something. And Clover had a dentist appointment today that fucked up their throat for one reason or another. 100% of my time off. I know. You get very hyperfixated, don't you, Phelps? Hey, buddy, how are ya? So we were supposed to do Terraria today, but we're doing Silk Song instead because it's been I think it's been about a week or two since I played it, so best get back to it. Know what I'm saying? The least good way to have your throat fucked up. It was just a cleaning too. He said it was just like a cleaning, and somehow his throat's fucked up. I really couldn't tell you why. This is what he's told me. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with her, even though she just debuted a new little chibi model. I think she said she needs a mental health break. Shrug. But yeah, we're just gonna hang out. I had a lot of fun with Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart the other day. I actually played a little bit of Ratchet Deadlock yesterday. I I really I do like streaming a lot. Yeah, it can't be predicted. I like streaming because it gives me something to do in my day. You guys give me a reason to do stuff in the day. Cause when I'm by myself, I don't know what to do with myself. Like I don't really have a whole lot I enjoy doing in my free time. This is one of those things where it's like, oh, I have so many games, but I don't know what I want to play. I don't know if I have the energy to do like a long game, or if I really feel like getting into this or that right now. Read the rules real quick. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you reading the rules. But yeah, um, usually I spend a lot of my free time kind of doing whatever my friends are doing. I've been playing. I recently got Rematch, which is like it's actually a soccer game of all things, but I actually really enjoy it. I've been playing it with my friend Jordan and one of their other friends every once in a while. But it's been fun, kind of learning it, and even though I'm still kind of new to it, they seem impressed, but all with what I can do, but also like, what the fuck are you doing? And somehow it still works. Chase the ball. It's not a yarn ball, but it could be doggy coded. I'm just a a kitty pupper. Hi Drake, how are you? Hello. By the nines. Yeah, it's been good, but besides that, I'm just like I've been game hopping because I'm so bored between what is it? I'm playing a bit of Teardown. It's not as it's not exactly what I thought it was going to be. I thought it was like more demolition than anything, but it's more like making holes, opening up stuff. So you have like you got to do certain objectives within a time limit, like grabbing things, destroying things, putting stuff in water. And you kind of use your like destruction to go through walls and make a path for yourself to do it all within the time limit. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of it or not. I like the game mode where it's like destroy this building down to the like this height. I like that one the most. Number of destruction missions are low. It fucking sucks. Like it's a cool. I love the destructible voxel terrain and everything. But the game mode isn't just not for me. It doesn't really make much sense to me. The two indie games since two new ones are coming out next week. Yeah, like I got on Valheim for like a few, maybe like a minute, and I'm just like, I don't know where to go right now. I know I'm supposed to do this next boss, but I don't know how to get to it. Uh, Stop yelling. um, I thought about maybe playing Grounded and doing the new game plus of that. Same with another Crab's Treasure to do like the new game plus. But then my streamer brain is like, but I could stream this too. It might be cool to discover new stuff on stream. And I'm just like, oh, shut up. I can play this off stream too. Through the whole building. Yeah. Hi Nova. Hi. Um, what else is there? I have a list here of like games I want to play in my free time. I've been thinking about Metro Gravity because I played that over on Sunday. Yeah, why play it by myself when I could play with chat? Exactly. It's such a struggle. Yeah, Metro Gravity I thought about playing offline because it's like a 3D platformer, and it's like it's okay. I can probably play that in my free time, and but I was just like, I don't feel like pulling out my controller right now. Pacific Drive I finished already. And his big breakaway I've been wanting to play on stream. A Plague Tale Innocence. I don't know how long of a game that would be. Oh, did you like my Outer Wilds video? Yeah. By the yeah, I think the next episode came. No, it hasn't come out yet. It should be out this week. The third episode. Full Trust Y'all. Yeah, that's fine. I actually kind of haven't been doing the ID thing anymore. You should just be able to grab the 18 plus role from the roles picker at the top of the server. Yeah, like channels and roles. Go grab yourself a role. Should just be able to use it. I did have a problem with somebody faking their age at one point, and that kind of sucked. But I haven't had that problem in a while. I'm just like, ugh. Nobody likes sharing their ID, and I don't blame you. So yeah, it's whatever. So cute. So cute. Prey, Repo, Sinking City Remaster. I've been playing a little bit of Skate with my friends sometimes. Maybe I could continue it's the same thing with Slime Rancher 2. I did end up playing like an off-stream solo playthrough of Slime Rancher 2. But the kind of the late game is like so interesting, and I'm just like, oh, I wish someone was here to see this. I wish I could share this with you guys. It's a struggle. There's also that Atelier game that I started on stream. I don't think JRPGs are my kind of game to stream, but they're also pretty long, so I need like some time to really get into it again. Ah, game games aren't what they used to be. I'll tell you what. So I was like, oh, I don't want to. So I ended up being like, maybe I could check out one of my emulators and not play something on Steam. So I pulled up well, I was wanting to play Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland, just because it's, sometimes it's good to go back to something you really enjoyed playing before. I don't want 80 hours. No, me neither. I'll tell you what, I know. Um, yeah, I was gonna play Kirby, but I was like, hey, I enjoyed Ratchet and Clank the other day. Why don't I continue Ratchet Deadlock? But again, it's like, I'm really enjoying Rift Apart right now. What's to say I won't go end up streaming the rest of the games later? Like, would people be interested in that? Would I have a good time going through all of the Ratchet and Clank games? I have no idea. These are the things I kind of go through in my brain. Hi, Dip. Hello. Whew. But I'm glad I'm here now. Now that I have like a kind of just like this is what I'm doing today. Helps make a schedule of games that I can and want to play. Okay, what you want to do? Yeah, I have been attempting to do like offline recorded games with the Outer Wilds specifically. I think the first episode of me playing it offline has been released, so if you haven't seen it already, I would recommend going to my YouTube channel to see that. I think it went pretty well, and I'm excited for the third episode to release this. It should be on Friday. I'm more amazed how big the areas are getting. You think so? I don't know. Like I've definitely been exploring. I feel like I've explored a lot of Silksong. I'm not sure how many areas there are in the game. Here, let's swap over. Let's get ready for the video. Turn off music. Turn on controller. Are there acts? No, I have no idea. What story you've been to? I'll just show you. I guess I've only played 8 hours of the game. 3 acts. Oh. Oh yeah, I just found this creature. Right here. This is all I've explored and found so far. It's quite a bit. I don't remember what this guy wanted. I don't remember. 40% of the map so far. Okay. I assumed like of course there would be a lot more. It'll make silk heaters over time for you. Right. Get your dead body back. Ah. Somehow he's not a spider. These bugs don't make any sense, by the way. This is my exploration. This is my combat. We'll swap back to here. I do like the down slash. Ow. Okay. I gotta remember the controls real quick. I remember hitting those doggies. They're very mean. How do I get Wanderer? I think I've found... Let me see the map. I think it was over in the Bone Grave. I also went to the Weave Nest Atla and found that lady that's like stuck in there. Apple of the Wanderer. I don't remember. Bone Grave from there. Yegg. Yeah, that's what I did. I went to the Bone Grave. I don't, dude. It's been like 2 weeks. I don't remember. Yeah, I think I just got to this really icky area with all the grubs. It'll get worse. Okay. In the forge area. Yeah, I think I used my key. Where did I use my key? I think it was over by the wormways. Yeah, I did. Got the key. What, my beads? How much do I have? Oh yeah, the rosary strings. Another 1,000 beads. Why? Alright. I don't know where I feel like going right now. Maybe Sinner's Road. There's a little spot in there. There's a spot there. Spot there. I kind of just don't want to be here right now. That guy. I'm gonna go this way. Oh no. I don't want it to zoom out. Stop that. Oh yeah, let me pull up my my controller display. Or I can hold on to it. No, I'll just move her. Gooch. Gooch over there. It shows you what I'm doing with my controller. Cause I'm epic. Oh dear. I don't like these things. Ow! Ow! Ow. Very good red tool. Yeah, what do I have equipped right now? Oh yeah, the throw-able. Ow. Bye-bye. Friend. I really hope there's nothing left back here. It doesn't look like there is. Oh, the left side. There was something over there I don't think I could do. I'm gonna double check. Mr. Grumpy. Zoom in more. I want to get like a close look. I don't want to go over there. There's nothing that way so far. I didn't think so. I mean, it was just to get that treasure chest, and I already got that. Hi! Zoom in a little bit too. More moth. More kibby. I have discovered I'm more of a kitty moth than a moth kitty. There's a difference. I don't know if you knew that. Ow. In a corner. Go right here. Cocoon area? What cocoon area? What you talking about? Oh, up there. Above Shellwood? Next room to the right. Sinners Road. With all the cages and stuff. Don't backseat me, by the way, but I'll take a look. Squimch. Oh boy. Okay, fine. Oh god. Oh no, no. Ow. I might die here. Ow. Oh, now I'm a bajillion miles away. Yeah. I should have gone. There's a save point right there too. I'm rusty. Give me a break. Silk eater. I'm eating all of your silk. You can't just do that. Oh wait, yeah, you're right. Can I just do that? I made a thing. Oh, hold on. Yeah, you're right. I grew worthy. Into this work if it pleases you, sir, but do not call me your mistress, for I am not. But you are! You're strong and I am weak. Silk Eater. Silk Eater. You have a cocoon after falling in battle. Yay! That's pretty good, actually. I do like that. I will hold on to it. Rare! Descended Shadow, thank you for the follow! God dang it! Ah! Thank you for the follow. How are you? Yeah. Hi, Meow. You've missed a lot already. What the fuck? Look, I'm only played this game for like 8 hours. What do you mean? I'm going to kill you. Why are you so mean to me? Got ads when I came in. Yeah. It is what it is, unfortunately. I'm sorry. Don't be mean. I'm still working on it. I thought I was doing pretty good. I'm still finding wall secrets. Oh, I have an idea. Ah, never mind. Squirmch. Oh! Let them deter you. Super cute, and let them deter you. Have fun. Those guys? Yeah, it's in here. Be gone from this realm. Mouse! Blow up. Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm not very good at finding secrets, but I try. Yeah, you better fall. Yeah. Where do I go from there? I have no idea. Oops. Ah. That's what I did. Is there a... There's nowhere else to pogo, though. No, I don't have glide. Took. I feel like you're expecting a lot of me. I mean, I was just gonna explore until I found something. What's to the right again? I don't need directions, I'll figure it out. I'm so smart and pretty. Ah! Squeak, 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 squeak. Oh god. Oh god. Oh good heavens. Ah! No! I thought I'd just run past them. And then I remembered there's nothing up there. That's probably why. Ow! Rude. Uh-oh. Come on. Oh, I hate you. You just happen to be there. Well. Now I'm embarrassed. Yeah, Dreg, I know. You don't gotta put this, you know what? This is why, exactly why I do recording. I've been trying to do recordings now, because you're all so mean to me. I'm not, I know I'm not that great at it. What do you want from me? I don't like it either. You don't gotta point it out and make me feel worse. Just saying. I don't think there's even a reason to go get it. It's like I could have used the recall thing, but I didn't want to waste it. I know. I have farmed for money off stream. A little bit. I'm gonna have to keep zooming in. What if I go like over there? Bye. Canonically. Yeah. Do I hear a baby or? I do think there's a baby up there. Can't get there though. I mean, I do have a good amount of rosaries in my pocket. I just didn't have time for it. What are you talking about? Friend. I didn't mean to do that. Bell spider! Ring ring! Hi! Rosary. They love rosaries. What's this? Locked bell home.
No!
Who's bothering me now? Leave the great Yana be in peace. Shoo, shoo!
No!
Bugging you.
No!
Shoo, I say, unless you've brought a worthy specimen. Something truly nasty inside them. Bzz. Otherwise, leave the great Yana be in peace. You think he likes yarn? What do you think he wants?
No! No!
A worthy specimen. Okay. I love Bell Spider. Ring ring! Ring ring ring! I'm a big fan of bells. Something nasty, I don't know. Whatever that means. Where do I want to go? Over to Shellwood, maybe? Let's go down to the fast travel. I like that meme. Almost. Anything in Sinner's Road? I have no idea. Hi, doggy! Doggy, 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 doggy! Wiggle, 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 wiggle. He's so happy he does a little wiggle. I love him. Go to Shellwood. I mean, I thought I was doing pretty good on quests. What did I still have to do? Fee creatures. Skull Tyrant of the Marrow. Hail oil from the Citadel. Silver bells in the Belvane tunnels above and below Bellheart. Yeah, I want to do that too. Step and track his location. Lower Shellwood. My inventory. I do have a key. Probably use it somewhere. Fall apart. I mean, I thought I was picking up every quest that I came across, so I don't know what you want from me. Let's do the... Where are we right now? Lower Shellwood. Let's see if I can go there. Lower Shellwood. So if I go maybe left, maybe down right. I cannot go that way. I'll have to go sadly. It's okay. Just it would have been fine if you just kind of like hung out. I'm sorry if I get also if I get a little salty about that kind of stuff too. Like, I don't know, just because you know more than me doesn't mean you gotta bully me about it. I don't like that. Lower Shellwood. Ow. Ow.
Friend.
Hmm. No? Hmm. Okay. Oh. I didn't think that the enemies would sing along. That's kind of neat. Oh. Bug slain. Hi. Oh. Nah, ain't got no rosaries no more. What is that? Why are you why are you like hanging up there? I feel like we've picked up a different quest than the one we were thinking about. Maybe not. Oh, look at this little creature. Ah, those horrible beastie beasts are gone. Much and many thanks for you, mighty warrior. It was a simple thing, small bag. I assume you're a Tip, the courier. Frey, the Bellheart trader, seemed concerned for your safety and for the cargo you carry. She sent you? Bah! You need to learn a little patience. I must barely been away. But still, it's lucky for me you came. Lucky. Well, I mean to be off now. Donald Grubby Grub ring the bell will come after me herself if I do not get her goods. Bye. That was easy. Well done. I want the silver bells. I want to go to Bellheart. The Marrow. Well, we're kind of close to the Marrow. What's that other quest for the Marrow? Well, Tyrant of the Marrow. Go to the Marrow. Looking. Yeah, I just want to go all the way down, and then to the right. Wee! Bone Tyrant. I guess we'll have to keep an eye out, eh? I'm pretty sure we'd know if we come across it, yeah? The Moth Marrow. Oh, I see something up there. Up here. Could go up there. I like how the ceiling rooms just kind of like slurp you up even though you didn't jump high enough anyway. Wait, yeah. Go right. Then out. Then we want to go up. Go gup. And go up a bit more. Oops. Alright, I get a little excited. There was like a weird squishy thing around here that I've been wanting to go to. Yeah. I didn't have wall jump at the time. Hello? Oh! Ow! Why are you being webbed? What's going on in here? Memory locket! Yay! Perfect, my dear. Oh, the blue one. I really like the shield. Yep. Friend. Well, that's good. Not what I was looking for, but I'll take it. No. I don't know if we can go up there. Something there. There. And there. Let's go look. I'm like this and she needs a mini map. Oh, let me go take a little seat. And then equip my funny bell. I like not taking damage while I'm trying to heal myself. Let's go back left and then down. Hi! Yep. I wonder if... Ow! I wonder if it's the locked key door over here. Ah! No! A little bit lower. Ah. Okay, so I probably get in here from down there? Perhaps? I just want to check out the empty rooms I haven't gone to yet. How do I do that? How do we get in there? Very mean. Ugh. I hate having to go into the map like every 5 seconds. Oh! Oops. Ow. There's a bench over there. Although I may die trying to get there. Please don't die, please don't die. Yay! I mean, I only recently got the wall dash mechanic. So I'm still a little bit limited. Bug! There we go, now we can go up here. Ow. Unless I'm a little bit silly. Little spine bugs. Yeah. I keep seeing something break. And then it's just like a decoration! Oh my god! Ow.
Friend.
Friend! Shaw! Adiro! Ugh! I got it. Hi, Cameron. Also, because Twitch doesn't count lurkers anymore, if every once in a while you guys could, whoever was lurking, just give like a post like a little emote or say hi in chat, would be appreciated. Papanada. Oh, I should say I'm just about out of water bottles. If anyone could donate to my Ko-Fi so I can get another pack of Oiter, that would be great. I just have a Sprite and a little bit of water left. I don't like drinking sink water. It's icky and I don't have a filter. Yeah, I saw a TikTok recently where a streamer asked their lurkers to like post something in chat and their viewers went up like 200. Yeah. Of course it is. Lurkers don't count. They're not real. Which is bullshit. Use redeems to prove non-bot status. Yeah. There we go. Nice loop around. Oh, here he is. Yeah, that was easy peasy. Crown fragment. Yippee! I did it. Thank you. I have a 1 point check and redeem now. That's not a bad idea. I might do that real quick. What should I name it? I can redeem. Like, welcome in. It's, I guess I'll try that. Or user per stream. I don't think it has to be like super frequent as long as you do it once, right? Check in. Universal greeting. The Iceman. Thank you. Very, very welcome. Not furry, but I respect you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, welcome in. I'm just playing a little bit of Silk Song. I'm still relatively early in the game. Doing some side quests right now. I didn't mean to do that. Ugh. Rosaries. I need a place to put my rosaries. Per person works, I think? Yeah, that's what I think. Once per stream. Check in for me, please. Use the new redeem that costs 1 point to help me out. So Twitch makes sure it counts you as watching me. Because Twitch is dumb. Every corporation is dumb and they should burn. Like a butterfly or a fox together? Not quite. Close. Here, what do I look like? What do I look like to you? Like a gander. You're on the right track. Beautiful. Damn right. I'm Moth. You're Moth. What do you mean you're Moth? I'm Moth. Yeah, I'm a moth. A kitty moth hybrid. I'm a little more kitty than moth. I do have an art piece of me as more moth than kitty. Forgot my words. All good. Let's go back to Bone Bottom. It's the bottom of the bone. Ow. Friend. Nice. I like filling in my map little by little. Oh yeah, I can get rid of those now. Ah! Rid of you. Guess I could still figure that out. Beep. And in real life, moths are not that colorful. That's not true. Moths are really colorful. Or they can be. Here, let me show you a moth. Let me show you a picture of a moth real quick. Yeah, I'll find it. I think I have some saved in my downloads folder. Because, here's a Spanish Luna moth. This is what my wings are based on. You can't really see it because this is my, my Death's Head hawk moth. Color scheme and design. So you got the green, you got the red, a little bit of yellow in there. There's the Cecropia moth, which is this guy. He's so fluffy and very nice. He's a very big moth. I just think they're neat. See? I don't know if I have a... I must have a gif of a rosy maple moth somewhere. Rosy maple moth is just the baby of the moth world. I don't think I have one on me. They're so fascinating. Different colors of moths. Out of elementary school for a long time. Oh, jeez. Accidentally sorting my My customers. Trying to live my adult life. Man, I graduated in 2018. I've been out of school for a while. Heavy rosary necklace. Yay! Quite a youngin', I guess. 2014. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I could use a rosary exchange right now. Vendor.
Becca.
Rosary string. I guess I could just do this, right? Yeah. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Straight wiggling. Silver bells. Oil from the Citadel. We haven't gotten to the Citadel yet, so we'll go to Bellheart. Hi, doggy! Let's give him a wiggle. Hi, Noe. What's up, buddy? How are you? Greetings again, shopkeeper. Your shelves are looking better stocked. I see the courier made their way back to you safely.
Hello, Meg.
Oh yes, the cheeky little so-and-so came by and dropped his cargo off at last. Woody was so shaken by his misadventures, I almost didn't have the heart to dock his earnings.
Oh, yeah.
All's well now, though. Take a look at our lovely new goods I have available. Ooh. Multi-binder. Sitting as this. Suppose to improve a bug's natural ability to heal. I've felt its effects myself. Keep more healthy than most. A spool fragment. Card bundle. Did you know that the Japan hummingbird moth gets a unique design trait on their tail, making them look almost like shrimps with wings? This is why the cham is like flying shrimp. I love flying shrimp. They're so silly. The multi-binder. I wonder what that means. Restoration of Bellheart. I'll wait on that one. The chunk bug. Yeah, shrimps is bugs. Didn't ya know? Version of Bellheart. I will do that later. We're saving. Thanks again for you and your big blade. I mislaid it back. A grumpy grub got her goods. She seemed happy even. I won't be traveling up for a while, methinks. Too many beasties. All but these are. Even those pilgrims, all now going angry. A bit like old Grub.
Yanara.
Town remains safe for the moment, Tip. You're a smart bug to stay within its walls. Where's your friend in your little picture? Purple, she's blue. The little picture on my channel. The banner? Also, I'm pink. That's my other Sona Riley. It's a little weird. I have it like reversed because Robin has my IRL body type with being tall and thin, and Riley has my Name. But I rebranded into this moth kitty last year from the deer kitty. I could pull her up here for a second, maybe. Hold up. Wait. Lock. Riley got the gummy. Big titty dear kitty. Riley. Here, let me just like, zoop! Here we go. We're so back. Both valid and beautiful. Exactly. Here, let me just be Riley for a little bit. Since you made me pull it out. Whip out the dear kitty. I have two characters for your sentence. I do. Both represent me in different ways. Riley's kind of like represents my creativity, my desires, my goals, etc. Being brave, being extra thick, being confident, stuff like that. Also, she's really good for spicy art. Just saying. I really for me. I do. Yay! Thank you. I know he. More relics. Relics.
Praveen. Nesvir.
That's the oil to increase damage. Doing such a later. Not wrong on the last part. Alright, let's go look for those bells. If I don't go the wrong way. Bellheart's really small. Are you sure this is right? I have multiple hairstyles too, and multiple outfits. Here we go. Be a little more comfy. And the Belvane tunnels above and below. I don't see anything below, do you? What is that to the left, actually? I see a door above here. No! No! Hi! A long pin. What's that? Weighted pin in half formed to pierce tough shells. Ooh. I like piercing. Piercing weapons. Ring, 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 ring. Alright, well, it was worth a look, I guess. Yeah, it was just a little baby. Maybe we should go there. Go up. We gotta go up. Somehow. We'll go left from Bellheart. I do like what I have now. Blake! What do you want? What's up, Goober? Ah! Didn't notice the Riley appearance. Someone was curious about my other Sona on my Twitch banner, so I pulled her out. Pulling out the deer kitty. Out of you. Yay! You're a good bean, and I give you pets. Where are those so-called bells? There they are! Ah! That pats while she's around. I don't know if it works. Does it work? That's the problem with having two Sonas or two VTuber models, is that all the redeems don't sync up, so they might not work. Can I take your bell? I need them. Silver bells in the bell vein tunnels. Silver bell. Meow meow meow. I Livyton told me, thank you, Noe. I appreciate you guys a lot. Thank you. No matter what form I take, you're all so supportive of me. I like to say that Robin is the exterior and Riley is the interior of my being. If you know what I mean. I got the Riley brain with the Robin body. Where are these silver bells they're talking about? The bell vein tunnels. Isn't that where it would have been? I don't know. Get art with Riley someday. Yeah, we could. I'm just usually always broke because streaming is my only source of income, baby. Excuse me. It's a tough life to live, but being self-employed is kind of the way to go these days. But it's also very difficult. Oh, bye, Noe. Thanks for coming by, as always. Playing games with the little money I have. Yeah. I don't really have a whole lot of games I want to buy. There's not a whole lot that interests me right now besides what I already have that I just haven't gotten to. Adios. Bye-bye. Games on Switch. Oh, yeah. I mean, you could do that. Don't you worry. Okay. Where do I... There's another spot to use this key, but I don't remember where. Thanks, mate. No, no! Ah! Like a moth to a cage. Like a deer to a strawberry patch. I guess so. That's gonna be a while though. They're not gonna be able to play video games until they're at least like 4? I'm not sure. Maybe 5. Your niece is 7. Oh, I thought you said a new one. Nephew's on the way. Yeah. Sergey. Street Fighter 2? Hell yeah. I know a friend who is a daddy and plays Fortnite with his daughter, who's around that age as well. 7, 11, I don't remember. And she's actually pretty good. And it's really cute seeing them play together. Forbids Fortnite. That's fair. I mean, it's free. You can do whatever. He needs to be tough like us. Alright. Give me that. You mean be tough? Ah, just a little bit more. Let me go poke somebody. Need 5 more beats. Ow. Lamau drown, idiot. Server and self-promo. I don't really recommend posting Discord server links. Because if you're gonna be here, it's like, I guess, more to support me. I don't even know you. I don't think anyone here knows you either. I need 80. Sug. These guys respond. Or do anything. I'd maybe not. For now. Like self-promos. More for streams or like opening up commissions or or like maybe events you're doing. It's like bad taste. Yeah. I don't know. Would it be considered weird, like a little disrespectful? Like, hey, come join my server, huh? Huh? We can go up. Yeah. How do I go up? I don't know how to get up there. I guess I could check out those sketchy grayed in areas. Those are the maps, right? Places I haven't visited yet. Hunters March. There's 2 Hunters March. One in Far Fields. Yeah, we should do that. Because there really ain't much here. Ow. Bye. On their own server because it's more fun opportunity. Yeah, but there's so many people in the world, and there's so many servers and places people want to hang out in. It's hard to say, but I get you. Uh, hmm. Maybe deep docks. Deem dong. Yeah. Deep dock. Deep dive deep. Thank you, doggy. Thank you. So we'll go. There's that right there. Probably connecting there. It's over there. Yeah, let's do that. Cheese. I do like cheese. I had a spicy chimkin patty with cheese today. Down. Wah! Is this where the crafty boys are? Yeah. Magma bell. Around those docks. Should I could maybe get it.
Mario.
How does a bug fit in that big suit of armor? Just stop what you're doing and start singing. Oh, there's a key. Yay! Baloo. Meow. Hi, Arrow. Good to see you. I'm petting you. Ba 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 ba. And then they blow up. Mwah. Arrow's such a good bunny. She's so cute. Ow. Soft and comfy. You and Hema are very similar in that. I believe you two hang out quite a bit, don't you? Where's Robin? Someone asked me who the Blue Deer Kitty was on my Twitch banner, and I thought I'd show them. So now I was like, she's already out. Might as well just hang out for a little bit. Ow, ow. I'm already full. I don't need it. Yeah. A little demo of both of my my beautiful ladies. What? Ow. Where are you going? What is he doing? You know, I'll tell Robin you're in your shop. That's fine. Listen, I'm the one who helps her forage for rare ingredients that she can't get herself. Blow up. Yeah, he's so fat, and now he's dead. There's so many explodey boys in here, I don't like it. small bit of it. Ingredients that I need bigger boobs to get to. Yeah, shit. I came up with the species of a bloat frog that uses their venom to incapacitate certain parts of the body by filling it with, like, I guess making them fattier or like filled with juice or something. Ooh. Flint slate. Oh, that's just a random idea I had. Flint gem temporarily superheats the needle's blade, imbuing each slash with flame and increasing lethality. Yo, that sounds really good. Ooh. I'm sure you do. I mean, just ask Robin. She's been working with that stuff quite a lot lately. I don't know if you noticed. She's working on something new right now. Ba 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 ba. Shortcut. Okay, actually, I need to use the bathroom real quick. Sparrow's been kicking my butt with having to pee a lot recently. Okay, I'll be right back. Do not go anywhere.
Was it enough? Did you try harder?
Oh my god! The fish came out of nowhere!
I was aiming for you, Robin.
I don't want you to either. You're really nice.
Hey, yo, back up. Back up 6 feet. Uh-oh. Holy shit! That was pretty cool. I'm gonna stab you.
Let's go! Let's go!
I have a singular HP. Or a singular stamina.
I need to take some lessons from you, Robin.
Welcome back.
Hold on, come here for a sec.
Third time.
Alright.
We don't activate that yet. Hold on.
I
Or-
know
everyone has to be here. Well, good thing there be marshmallows.
I can eat you. Do you want? Come here.
No.
Come
No.
here.
Do not eat me, damn it.
Alright.
All right.
Where's the-
Wait. Can I? Wait.
Marshmallow.
I don't have a marshmallow.
Marshmallow.
I'm actually
I don't
gonna.
have marshmallow either. Hit it.
Can I please have a marshmallow, please?
It's okay, there are eggs.
Mm. Hello, I'm back. My bathroom is next door to my bedroom, game room, whatever. So, very quick. I haven't really done. Robin isn't really supposed to have any lore or backstory because she's just me. I don't want to like put too much on top of her. I don't know. I want her to be simple. I like the alchemy theme or like the potion seller theme. Just has something a little fun to play with and just wing it. Like I don't know. I mean, it could be this. Just kind of making stuff up as we go. Only it's focused on character, but trying to see if you want it or not. Let me see. Hold on. I know you probably just posted one of your arts here. Oh, I see. That's not too bad. I actually had somebody draw me as Hornet recently. Let me pull that up. Image. No, that's Titania. We were talking about Warframe the other day. Yeah, Dragon Jade just made me a Hornet. I can pull her out of my butt somewhere. Banner. There we go. Yeah, look, Robin looks so good. Or I look so good. He's so good. I'm heckin' naked. I do like the mask. Like, usually the bugs have those void eyes, so seeing regular, like, eyes in the mask is... It looks kind of good. For the context, at least. Very cute. Yeah, I appreciate the offer, though. Ow. Ren! Oh yeah, I should check out this spot here. Do a flip. Oh yeah, I never figured out how to open this. Ow, 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 uh-oh. I don't wanna die! No! Not you. I gotta go up here. See? Working on updates inspired by Silk Song. What are? Chakra. Hooks! Bug birds. Ah! Why not? Ow! Let me up. I don't want to be down here. Dang it. Stop falling. Ugh, there we go. What? Oh, it's up further. Ah. There we go. Rivet. I'll have it tomorrow. I'll finish it. Okay. Also, I'm gonna swap back to Rabba now. Bye, guys. Bye. And we're back. Oh, when did I become doggy? I must have hit a button by accident. Oh, it's when I was swapping. Swapping over. There we go. I'm just a kitty. We're at a boss, I think. We must be very close to getting the glider or something. Oh. Ow. Squimch. Ow. Oh. I ran into that one. There's a lot of air vents, but little reason to use any. Ow. Oh. Where am I? What is happening? Rings. Ring things. Oh, good heaven. Why would you want to use that on little babies? What the hell? Oh no. The bench is busted. Man. Large fellow, isn't he? Ow. Ooh, what happened? I guess he exploded. Oh, I see. Bye. Very violent. I approve. I need a bench. Bench me, baby. What's up there? There's a room up there, I think. Oh. Where am I? I'm oh. We've Sidril. What? Oh, this is a different spot. Ooh. What is it? Silk speed anklets. Oh. Calls upon to wear its own silk to increase sprinting speed. Wow. That's cool, but why? Wow. You gotta be like super duper speedy for that, huh? Friend. Maybe it's important for later. Extra fast. Extra silky. Boost. Yeah, I guess so. We could try it real quick. Hold up. Oh, so fast. Whee! Boosts! Yeah. That's fun. Magnetite brooch. I feel like I need my silk though. I like my silk. Not sure what this does yet. Long pin. Oh, it's like a javelin. That's good. Okay. And what about the flint slate? Ooh. That's really good. That's gonna be good for combat. This is kind of my more like exploring and movement type. I have like different builds. Magnetite birch. I mean, maybe it's not super important. Oh. I always have a little bit of silk, don't I? It always regenerates. Okay, now we can go... I don't know. We need to grapple up there, methinks. I'm gonna put a little mystery bug right there. And now I'm too fast. Not that way. Ow! No, jump. Meow, 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 meow. Look at this place. Ah, thank you. What you got? What you doing here? Well, aren't you a sight? No, don't tell me. You're as odd as they come. Your poise, your form. Are you hunted? Pursued? The Citadel would see a fine prize in you.
Magina Fora.
It is as you say, madam. Veiled bugs brought me to your land. I seek them now for answers. Ha ha ha! Fierce too! These are bleak times, but a powerful stray like you could certainly cause some damage. Well then, I've no love for that holy caste, and I do worry for this kingdom's ailing state. If you're seeking a score, perhaps I can lend some aid. If you're planning to ascend from these low fields, you'll be needing some lift, and I'm just the bug to help. Head for the caves beyond my home. The bugs within produce a spine with a marvelous core, flexible yet strong. Neck. Cut their spines and collect their cores. Turn to me, and I'll soon have your old cloak transformed into something far more buoyant. Okay. I'm being messaged. Month. Oh, haha. Alright, give me 1 second. You and band. there is a bot account in my server. They are now banned. Citadel bugs will return their gaze on me as well. It's getting banned? There was a bot. A boot. Workers in the far fields. Okay. Ow! I don't like the look of that thing. Oh, so fast! Wait, how do I get up here? Yeah, me too. I don't know why that term really does just sound like something you shouldn't be saying. I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know if you should be saying that in my chat. Even though it's like a made up kind of word slur, it's just like, know what I mean? No! She dead as hell. Ow. This is my stuff. It's workers. Let's see. Ants. Bug. I'm looking for the general area. The hawker. Yeah, these little guys. Being slow again. All good. Oh, let me out of here. Why would I want to go up there if it's a dead end? Oh. Oh, I can just grab their little spines. That's cool. Ow! Being blown away. Sadist using tiny needle to kill their enemies, right? I mean, that's kind of what I do too. Maybe I shouldn't be killing it. Ow. 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 Can't afford my pen. I have to do it by fingers. Oh no! What for your art? Couple more. Good practice. Yeah. I've done a little bit of art on paper and a little bit of art digital. I think physical turns out a little bit better sometimes. Using iPhone 8. Ah. No! No! All done. Wah! Yeah, they're talking about art. I also enjoy art. Hey, I got your stuff. Well then, I can tell by the rattling within your cloak your hunt was a success. Can they pass over the cores? I can get to work. Thank you. This should be more than enough. Wait there just a moment and we'll soon have you soaring up and away from these lowlands. Yay, the puff coat. It's a little weird, but fine. Oh my god.
Buenera.
She was naked for like a second. This is fine work, seamstress. Your modification will aid me greatly. You're quite welcome, dear. A rare opportunity to practice such intricate sewing, and a warrior sort like you will be able to properly appreciate my additions. Put away now, stray one, and do try not to die. I'd rather not have my hard work go to waste. Fair. Oh. Hey! Oh, did that even work? Just a moment, dear, before you scurry off. I'm loath to spoil the surprise, but curiosity begs me to ask. You know why they pursue you? Those citadel bugs.
Cadestre.
No certainty, but I have a strong suspicion. They hunt me for my nature, for the silk produced within my shell. Aha! Truth, no doubt. In Farloom, yours is a rare skill, prized beyond measure. To channel one's soul within a thread. Soul and silk inseparably linked. It's a skill almost lost from Farloom. His old weavers shared it, but they're long dead now.
Nesvir.
There is another alive in this kingdom that shares my nature, or some part of it. I've seen silk similar to my own, that snares the shell of those upon the road. I've seen it wrap them, possess them whole. There is will within that thread, one that seems to come from somewhere above us. The Citadel. Good. Sharp sight you've got. The Citadel. All roads towards and all answers waiting. And a long climb up there, my dear. Now, it's time for you to get going. Thank you. Yay, it looks so silly. Yay! Ah! Ah. Lovely. Ah! Ow. Whee! That didn't do what I thought it was going to do. Meow. There we go. It can be any type. Like what kind of weapon? What do you mean? I don't know if I can jump that high. Ah! Oh, maybe I'm not supposed to. Like for myself? Or what? From in-game to real life. I'm a sucker for characters who uses yo-yos as a weapon. Like, I guess a classic pistol or a dagger. Something simple. Yeah! Full mask. Ta-da! I did it! More HP for me. Can I leave now? Seems like a bonus area, yeah. Right? Yeah. Oh, I knew it. Oh, God. Oh, this is a big boy. This isn't good. I wish I had my combat one now. My nose is itchy. Ow. Ow. How do I do my funny soak attack? I don't remember. Wrong way. No, not that one. I'm probably gonna need to use these drafts for sure. There we go. What was that little shine? Yeah! Yeah! That wasn't too bad. Yeah! I kind of wish I had my proper gear to do that. Bye! Whee! First try! What do you mean round 2? Nah, I'm just that good. Nah, man, nah. Wah! Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna swap it now, actually. Change crest. More health. King shard. Flint slate. And the long pin. Not sure. Guess they're both pretty good, yeah. You. Wizards upon defeat. Look, speed anklets are pretty good, but I think I'm good. Deadbug's purse. Gooey gooey. What's that one do? Speed of silk regeneration. Form into silk. I think I'm good on that one. All right. I remember I have the diagonal dash now. I guess we can continue going up far field, see what happens. That right area to the left as well. She already sprints pretty fast. What? What's that? Ah! The training room for whatever. Wah! Thank you. No spoiler anywhere. Something to help you fight on the ceiling when you float it up all the way. Oh, well. I guess I'm just cool then. I don't know. Yeah. My heckin' schnozzle. Oh, is this the little rest area? I have to pay to get in. How much is it? 30! Bunch of baloney, but okay. The rest bug. You got anything in here? Oh. Whether striking others or being struck yourself, you remain firmly in place. Oh, that's the... okay. Tool pouch. Carry more tools and shards while on the road. As well as memory locket. Yeah. How do you want some of those? I do. Just let me pull it out of my pocket real quick. I'll take a tool pouch and a memory locket. I'll take your entire stock. Thanks, buddy. Better just to not get hit anyway. You can't really tank stuff in this game. A bunch of beads on string. Eee. Thank you. Little bug wiggle. Oh, I forgot this was over here. Relax. Break through. Scared shell. Fast and wild. I'm surprised that worked. That's cool. Awoo! You ever think about awoo? Awoo! More wind. Morrowind. Whoa! Whoa! Oh, shortcut. Wow. I knew exactly where I was too. Ain't that just nice? Those are nice bugs. Hydrate. Oh. I have a zero sugar Sprite. That's the best I got to hydrate with myself with. Coral Lake Road. Hunter's March. Where I wanted to go, I think. So Sugar Baja Blast. Yummy. Coral Lake. I thought there was a dead end somewhere we couldn't go. Let's go to the left. See if there's anything I can access over there now that I have whimmed. Zero sugar water. I'm happy for you. Ren! Ow. Sound like zombies out of Outlast. Oh, you think so? This thing is spooky. I should save. Hi. Much hunting has been done. Mama. Bye bye. I don't think you'd be able to get up there, would you? Maybe you could. I doubt it. Let's look. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Oh god. No. I doubt there's anything up there. Yeah, the clickers. I remember. I've never played the game. I just know that's what they're called. Yeah. Hmm. That's the way home. No, that was the right way. A roller. Ow. Diggy bug. Diggy bug. Thanks. Bug friend. I'm going everywhere except where I want to go. Oops. Hornet for Smash Bros. Ah. Perfect. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ow, ow! Stab. Bye-bye, Jay. Bye-bye. Ow. Uh-oh. Extra hurdy. Oh my god, come on. Ah! Just get on there. There, Jesus. Ugh. Can I retire so I can complete my artwork? Another tip. I'll put my ref sheet in the art channel real quick. Made or commission. Yeah, I'll put it in the your art channel real quick for you. The moth. The kitty. I'll put my Halloween one in there too. Ta-da! Sorry, I didn't even see what I got from up here. Ow! Oh, I got one of the silk eaters. Oh. Ah! You mean egg? Hello? Baby! Ow! Hi! Yay! The baby was saved. It all worked out. Yeah, so that's where that went. Okay. Do I get any rewards for fleas yet? I should go check on them. Yeah. Aw, Rain, thank you for the $15. I really appreciate it. Now I can order myself some water bottles. Need me to think oiter? I can think you oiter. Yeah, I guess just a reminder. Streaming is my only source of income, so if you can help me out with bills and stuff. Little by little, that would mean a lot. Cool. Making some progress, aren't we? Making my day, meow, 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 meow. Winter's March. Pretty far. Yeah, I want to go there and there. Oh, it'd be really far. Unless I went to the deep docks again. Yeah, we should go there. We'll go left and then down right. Too far impure for this world. What? Why? What are you thinking about? Ada! Ah. The nightlights love my tongue. Ah. Hi, doggy. Go left. Let me go down right. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what the right way to go is. Right? I didn't hit that already, did I? I did not. Oh. Why? I goes. I was gonna sing you a song! What's the matter with you? That was rude. How rude! sphere of mystery. Ah. Uncharted territory, my friends. Oh. That was easy. Yay! In the top right. Whoa! Oh, oh. Wow. Stab. What have I discovered here? Something mysterious. A chest. Oh, money! Ah. Hey. Ooh. Thought I would have more arc to it. Oh, just a little shortcut, I think. Hey! I don't know if this is considered a shortcut. A little dangerous. What? Lovely. Hi, Lucine. Oh, I'm allergic to bunnies. Hi, how are you? Hi, Lucine. I'm soaking it right now, don't mind me. Don't just leave then. No, I'm being silly. Don't be like that. Ugh. Oh. What have I found here? Everyone okay? Good. Huh? Not really much in here. What if I let them capture me? No, he's gone. Ow. Go to the right. Okay? No. Ah! I had to. Oh, my eye was itchy. There. Yay! Wakey wakey. Oh. Well? Apple of the beast. What kind of beast? How far have you made it so far? This is how far I've gotten. If you know what the map looks like. Maybe like 40, 50%. I just got the little glider upgrade. I've 100% the game. Okay, I'm just saying. God dang it. Just like Celeste. Very careful. Ah! Oh, that's evil! I don't know. Rain, why'd you shout her out? You always do this, man. We gotta have an intervention. Don't shout anybody out unless I tell you to. Or unless it's an actual streamer. Do a little research, bubby. Ow. I mean, I guess she does. Have you? I don't know if you streamed in a while, though. I guess it's been a while. Ow. Certain situations. Yeah. Oh, crunch. Finally, some good fucking moth. I need a better spot to save or I'm gonna be in trouble. I'll be right back. No! Why did you spawn me all the way back here? That's cheating. Ugh. Alright. I'll come back in a bit. I gotta go, save nearby or else I'm gonna be in trouble. This was the death one, wasn't it? Yeah. That's evil. Evil squeeble. What's at the top? Where? Not you. We love the troll bench. Oh dear. Aww. Hunter's March Gauntlet. I don't know what that means. Bro. Little heckin' bug. Yikes. That's not good. Yeah, I know that, the minions... I keep doing that! Minions are the ones that are the most annoying. Ow! Oh my god! Jesus! Ow! Die. There we go. Danger ant. Ah! Ah! What the heck? Oh. That's a lot of beads. Free money. Yummy. I kind of want to find a spot to drop them all off because I have a lot on me right now. For the mouth, not realize how large that AoE was. I got coffeed. So mean to Moth. What's up here? Up. No, thank you. Oh, hi. Hey. Jeez, hits the wrong spot. Hi.
Has been?
My apologies, sir. Though I can grasp the language of many bugs, your words are unfamiliar even to me.
Hironare.
Here's items you have collected. These are the wares of a warrior. Do you wish to trade? Ah. Curved claw. Fractured mask. Ooh. I guess I'll just buy them because I have plenty on me. Thank you. What does that do? Old bug skull carved for protection. Shields against critical damage, but shatters on impact. Mask will be repaired while resting at a bench. Oh, okay. Used by hunters to take down flying prey. Nice. I do like that. Oh! Devious when she's silly. That means it's always, because I'm always silly. Shields against critical damage. So like if I was going to die, it would like save me, I think. That's cool. Well, nothing left to do but fight on. I don't want to see what that new one does though. Is it like a boomerang? Yay! I do like boomerangs a lot, actually. Boomerangs! I like using gear that people don't usually use, like yo-yos, boomerangs. Just... I don't know, less common items. I don't know how to explain it. I'm a hipster. I like to be different from the norm. Stab. Yeah. Not like all of us normies. I guess so. I like being a little quirky. Dang it! I'm such a fool! Hi! Savage beast fly. Ow. Look, I went in there with 2 HP in a dream. Impale self on spikes. I've done no such thing. Insta death. I know! Ouch. Just go. Be free! Like this. What? What do you mean? It don't make no sense. Why time out? What, just because I'm bad at a video game that puts me in timeout? That's fucking ruthless. You're so mean to me. Ow. Oh! Oh god. Oh no. Why more? Fuck! That's a miserable trip to the room. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I hate it here. Why do I get time out for being bad? Hoaxia, thank you for the follow. I'll keep doing this. Stop. I hated so much the placement of it. Yeah, that's what I hear. That's what I hear. It's either the placement of trying to get back to it, and the minions that they summon. The walk of shame, I guess. Ah. Do a little spider dance. Ah. Glad it doesn't take too long. Oh? Ow! Found the crest of beast. Are your foes with savage slashes. Trying to enter a wild fury and steal life from prey. Ah, life steal. Nice. Is it good? I like Silk Song. Hi, Millie. Ooh. Whoa. Oh, I got claws. That's fun. It's not great. Why? I'll use it for a little bit, unfortunately. Man. Oh yeah, there's like no slots in here, are there? Into scratching. No, no. Shut up. Like a beast attack. It's like... Oh yeah. Oh. Huh? Oh, we got my Tabardol coffee. Yeah, this would be better if it was blue and not yellow. 0 defensive slots. That makes sense, but... So maybe this one's more for offense, yeah. 2 utility weapons and 2 weapon slots. I guess that makes sense, yeah. That's cool though. I can appreciate that. Bye! Robin hasn't gotten that far. Yeah, I haven't gotten that far. I don't know what you're talking about. No spoilies. I'm going to squeeze you. Maybe this one would be the best for combat in that case. Like, is it actually good for combat? I could put the flint slate here instead. And then change this one a little bit. Tough shells. I like using the boomerang. But it's limiting. Yeah. Huh. Like whatever's my favorite. Delicious juice. I'm not a fan of the limited ones. Use it in case of emergency. I really need it. Sorry. Oh. Speed and movement. Yeah. And then this one can be the pin, I guess. pretty strong. I like the the boomerang a lot. It's my favorite. Yeah, I like the Wanderer the most. Yeah, this is a normal one. Here you go. I want to use this one the most. Hmm. Oh yeah, there's only one of these. Interesting. Okay, I can deal with that. I don't use them too often anyway. Full heals full, you have a chance to crit. Oh yeah? Precise strikes. How do you know if you get a crit? Hmm. That looks fun. One's off. There we go. Accidentally drawing ticks. Why? Stop that. Bad. I've already been going for about 3 hours. Ah, damn. Go to the left over here. Down there. See if I can find something new and exciting. Nope, a little bit farther. Almost so spoopy. Color. Yep. Ah. I mean, you could. It just keeps happening. I don't know what's going on. Blech. I love the fleas. They are a good addition. Oh, here's the question. Fleas or caterpillars? Fleas over grubs. Yeah. Yeah. What? Okay, Right, I have no idea what's in here. I remember now. I don't think this room is important, is it? Just empty. Empty. Oh, was Sister Splinter? The spider? It was just rosaries? Oh. Okay. Nope, further down. God dang it. The widow? Which one was Splinter? Oh. Hello. Big plant boss, leaf bug. I'm not sure. Hi. Hola, hola. Welcome, my lady. So glad you found us here. I can see you're blessing with strong limbs and keen sight. Fond of frolics, are you? Keen to test your aim? I'll be right honored to play a little game with you. A little test of skills we've set up. Great cat! Hi, kitty! Pat, 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 pat. Hi, kitty.
That's fine.
I have no need to test my skills, sir. Nor do I have time for frivolities. Oh, but we've made it worth your while. A prize awaits you if you are to meet our challenge.
Mio fine?
If you offer a prize, that changes matters. I can meet any challenge if the reward is sufficient. What are the rules of your game? Exceedingly simple, my lady. I'll provide the pins for throwing. Oh. Or the nerf. Oh. Hola, hola, time to play. Take these pins and select the targets when you see it. 15 times, the prize is yours. Not to cross past those markers. Oh. Oh, oops. I didn't mean to go over the line.
Mane?
Your time's knife missed your mark. Ow! Better be worth it. It doesn't look like it's timed, I don't think. Oops. God dang it. Ah! Doesn't seem it should be that difficult. There we go. That is it then. Our lady has struck the target 15 times. A beautiful victory. We enjoy ourselves. A little levity is a bomb in these troubling times, won't you think?
Kadastama.
I'd have thought such game best saved for times of peace. Perhaps there is truth in what you say. Now that I have bested your challenge, you will produce the prize I have earned. Oh, of course. I see you have a tool pouch of your own there. Also bursting with baubles and trinkets, no doubt. I'll fit another pocket into it so you can carry even more tools and shards with you. Fair prize. Yeah, okay. Not too bad. Even more capacity. And yourself a beautiful necklace of rosaries. Nope. Nope. See ya. Bye. Oh yeah, this is the person I saved that little guy from. I haven't seen him in a while. Yeah, I remember being here. I don't know where he went though. Yeah, I did. Cute. It's little ladybird. It's fun. Thank you. Uh-oh. Nice. Nice. Ain't no way. Yeah. Bye bye. Thank you, thank you. Huh. Guess that was it. Alright. Let's go somewhere else. Don't have anything in it. Where's the best place to go, I wonder? No, it's in there. I don't know how to get up there. I don't think there's any wind in there. Bellheart. I'm going to squeeze you between my mothy thighs. You're not wrong. Like, there's here, but... Check it out. My thighs aren't meant for that kind of thing. Double and triple down. I want to find these silver bells, but I haven't been able to. Well, let's go to a fast travel. What? Balls HD? Hello, welcome in. Go to Bone Bottom for an end moment. Balls, yo. Nothing. I don't know. What was that over there? Is that a door? That thing? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. Oh man. Squish, stretch, crack, crunch. I guess there's a thing right there. I'm gonna go gup. I'm gonna go gup, okay? Just wait there. Oh, you did? I have a cute and unique voice and a good voice actress. I do my best every day. I never did defeat this thing. I don't like it. Bye. This voice. Meow. Ah. Now. Yeah, I can't get up there. I need like a double jump of some kind. I don't think I can get up here, unfortunately. Eh. But it's so close. Sad. It was worth a shot. Well, I wanted to go up here, so I'm taking the icky way. Oddly staircase-shaped area. I'll figure it out later. Oh! Secret! Secret. Oh my god, what are they doing? Leave that baby alone! Oh my god! Get out of here, go be free! That poor baby was being assaulted. Ow! Please have no thoughts behind those little heads of theirs. Ow. Not a fan of the wormways. You should shower before work, silly. Not in there. Groceries! Yay! Don't worry, I'll still be here when you get back. I need a haircut. I'm not I'd like to try and style my hair. I'm just not sure what I would look good with. Just kind of long and wavy, messy. Oh dear. Whoa. This is progress. Go this way. Yeah, baby! So loud. Shortcut enabled. We're so back. Okay, this is gonna help a lot. Progress! Ah! Pescogurt, hello! Where am I going? Very dusty.
Finestra.
These sands mark the edge of Farloom's territory. I was brought to this land through the caverns beyond. Something at this kingdom's height still hungers for me. Were I to flee now, I would again be pursued.
Yenara.
Until I find the source of that hunger and slay it, I will not be free. Why don't we just explore the area ahead of us later? Fucking. It's up there. Oh. Accept the judgment of the rise beyond, that all who stand in Farloom's holy crest prove pure of will and want. Flee? No, F-L-E-E, not F-L-E-A. Unfortunately, there's a difference. Ah. Seems like we're definitely making progress here. Whoa! Blasted steps. It's fucking windy. Ah! Oh no. There's so many bugs. Oh. If it's a spoiler, no. If it'll help me, maybe. What? Just to do 2 damage. Yeah, I remember them being worse, I think. See ya. It's like a bajillion times windy. Drill bug. Woo! This way. Chakra. Ah! Eat it alive. Oh my god. Oshanka, child-wielding needle. Haven't seen trace of my master nearby. I feel she was here only recently.
Tamiya
I cannot say for certain, Chakra. Though if she travels seeking skilled opponents, these steps would serve her well. The warriors watching over them are formidable. True. Impressive guardians they are, fighting defensively and loath to leave their stations. They swing with their weapons with a cold brutality that should not be underestimated. Perfect, thank you. You. Oh, we're making our way up. That's for sure. No breaks for this one. Ah! What's in here? Ah! Ah! Oh, this will be fun. Ah, fuck. Wrong way, dingus. My control stick likes to flip which way I let go. Boom! Uh-oh. Oh. I guess I did it? He wasn't very happy I killed his twin. Oh my god, it's so windy. Ah! Shit. Ah! Oh my god! Ah! Ah, god dang it. Oh my god, get me out of here. Wind is so powerful. Hello.
Oh, so rude to raise a pinstress from their deep meditation. You carry on with what kind of brash behavior likely to be stuck quick through.
Benny Frank.
I'm surprised to find a bug of sound mind alive in such a inhospitable place. You're a warrior learned in the blades of this land?
Aye, a pinstress. Your needle there might fit your fare, change as it's in all. Where's the pin? That's the glorious weapon of Farloom. Given I am now awake, maybe you'd fancy a little training. Has the power of a pinstress?
I don't see why not.
Bold choice.
Oh. Needle strike. Oh, it's just a charge attack.
Yay! How grand! The face an opponent with a bit of energy. Your skilled one. Clear enough? Oh, my training has granted some insight.
Oh, flurry. That's fun.
Mangina Fora.
Your blade proved an impressive challenge, Pinstress. The strength and skills hidden about this kingdom continue to surprise me.
You bear your own strange strengths, Needlebug. Why, I think then you'd be willing to reveal to me.
What, I wonder, are you planning to turn all that power towards? Aw, man. Can't go over there. Whoa. Oh, perfect. Well, I managed to get something out of it. I'll have to come back later. Oh my god. Ah. Get me out of here. Ow. I don't know if I can get up there. Can I? Ow. Ow, god dang it. Cannot bounce on it. Oh yeah, I can wait, let me just go over here. Hi.
Wishka.
Oh! God dang it. Ah. Okay, I'm not that far.
Too dangerous. Not good for little bugs like me. I got the zoomies. See ya. Stop doing that the wrong way. I hate that. Fuck off with that. No. Ugh. There was so many around me. That was annoying. Oh, come on. Grrr. Grrr. I wish there was a bench over here with you. Ow. Get me out of here. Oh, much better. Ah, thank you. Oh, little creature kills me. I'm so sad. So sad she died of Bugma. Bugligma. Okay, I wasn't that far. See ya. I love zooming around. It's so fun. Ooh. Yeah. Oh. I didn't mean to do that. I might as well use some. Look, friend! Uh-oh. Excuse me. Gah. Oh. I should get the bench before I go off dying again. Like an itty bitty baby goober. Still waiting for something to be up there.
What's this? Oh. Ah. That's weird.
Baby! Ow! 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 Love the little babies.
Let me in. Some kind of base for creature bugs. Up. Oh, what you got there? Ah, fellow pilgrim. I've been praying alone here too long, with only the wind's voice to join mine. We're so close. Our pilgrimage is almost over. It's one final brutal climb,
Nesvir?
The citadel is near, pilgrim. You must have had some strength in you. Few of your fellows seem to have reached these heights. Aye, the roads become lonelier the longer they're traveled, the higher we climb. It takes a lot of luck, a lot of faith to make it this far. Though I'm sure I don't need to tell you that. I'll be rest for the journey ahead. Do you test your luck with a game of dice? You know how to play, I trust.
That's fine.
I'm sure I can grasp the rules quickly enough, sir. What is the wager? A bit of rosaries on each roll. What say you? Sound fair? No worries, roll away with the dice. Ah. Can't even see it. It's so cute seeing Hornet just kind of like chilling, hanging out. I couldn't even tell who's winning and who's losing. -4. Give me that. Whoa. Like +4, -4. Oh. I like your dice, friend. Thank you for sharing with me. I'll mark you for later. Boop. I appreciate your dice. I do like dice, just as a concept. Oh! Hi, Sherma.
Cadestre.
Little pilgrim. Do you sleep?
Simpleman.
Huh? Ahoy there! I was looking for somewhere to rest my weary shell and found this cozy station.
Buenera.
These lands are dangerous. I thought perhaps some harm had come to you.
Talaga, defendo.
Harm? Oh, Red Maiden, have faith. No harm can come to us on this holy ascent. We only need to keep our gaze upwards. Isn't this all so terribly grand? The great stone steps, the winds lifting us up like the voices of a choir. Just beyond it all is our pilgrim's end. The great citadel at last.
Oh, Benventra.
Ah, the shining bench has risen for us. William's kindness to the we pilgrims is inexhaustible. Please rest, Red Maiden, and fear not. Our kingdom watches over us all.
Faridula simanet, doni puana vorinet, pina somi maniset,
D'un enfant sur le banc, Paris de l'Asie.
Thank you. Hunger for noodle? I like noodles. Noodlies. God dang it. Ah. Ow, ow, ow. Ah. Okay. The gate, the great. Oh, the grand gate to the citadel stands before us. You are so close. O mighty ones beyond the gate, we beg you, open the way and let we poor, insignificant little pilgrims crawl into the light.
Hironare.
I see no gatekeepers to heed your plea, pilgrim. Though I too seek entry the citadel. Have you heard of means to open this gateway? Weapons blunt it not, no holes for keys. It's the bells, they say, the holy bells upon the path that open the way.
Mio fene?
On my journey up, I passed many large bells housed in old shrines. Each I have struck awake, at this still gate stays closed. What other task must be done to see us pass beyond? The bells are rung, and the sacred threshold may now be crossed. Only music played fair and true. Oh. Oh dear. Oh no! Dang, where'd my HP go? I wasn't that low, was I? No way, surely. Is this the bad route they were talking about? Throw coffee? Stop throwing coffee at me. I don't even like coffee. Dude, not doing too good here. Why are you awake now? I need more damage. Or just to be better. IG. Ah. Uh-oh. Ooh, that's crazy. Ooh. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, I am in a lot of trouble now. Ah! Oh, I was doing really good. Jeez. We should try the other thing I set up. Maybe. I'll give it a try. Oh god, oh heck. Yeah, I gotta remember. Ah! No! Ah! This sucks. I don't remember how much I had. Oh, I see. I think I might Shine real quick. Ow. I'd have to learn how to use this moveset. Oh, god dang it. Not a fan of those guys. Oh, I can't heal normally. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. It's lifesteal. Oh, man. Ow. Maybe this isn't a good idea with these abilities.
Bruno. Ah. Okay. Oh, the fucking sweet move. Ah, fudge. Yikes. That wasn't too bad. I didn't mean to do that. It worked kind of alright. What do you mean? It's just a part of the game. It's supposed to do more damage. Ah. Ow. Is there something down there? I'm not gonna look. Yeah, I see it. It looks pretty good. Not too bad. I appreciate it a lot. Look in the hole. Ah! God dang it! Oh man. I know that. I saw it. I was looking at it. Let me try another crust. Maybe. It's not too bad. I do like it. This is a little tough though.
What is this, the worm way? Ah! Cool. Oh my god. Indeed, a deep dark hole. I would like a regular heal, if I'm being honest. Ow. Oh no! Ah. This is a hard one. My shards. It's not that long of a trek back. The walk of shame. But you know. No, jump it! Ah! Well, now I'm also on fire. Thank you, Soki. Ah. Hmm. Shard shells. I will need them. Ah. She gupped it, chat. Give me a sec. I feel like I'm getting pretty close to beating him in that second phase. I'm not sure. Oh my god. Just jump. They're so good. Don't gup so hard. You're probably right. Why do you always fire the wrong way? I died! Oh my god! Oh, why? Fly right into it. Okay. I'm getting pretty fast at getting back here, though. Silly kitty. What am I being silly about? You play this game. Oh my god. Why was I over it? This ain't working. Instead I can use a consumable. I've played Souls-like before. Don't patronize me. Ah! Mama, 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 mama. I know what I'm doing. Shut up. I'm going to hurt you. Ah! Okay. Good job, Silky. Proud of you. Putting you in timeout. Ow. Fuck! Of course they have a third phase. Take your shrimps right now. What if I just let them explode? What if I just let the shrimps live their own life? And I don't have to check on them anymore. Truly, how much care does a shrimp need? Hey! Wow. What is that even stuck to? Are you saying I'm flat? Ow. God dang it. Ah. What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh. I did it. Yay! Ah. Whoa. That is a big citadel, isn't it? Big Castlevania castle. Act 2! Citadel of Song. That's fucking awesome. We made it. Oh boy, oh boy. Bugs? Displaying a model of Citadel. Sure. Oh, Grand Gate map. Oh. Oh. Going up. Going down. Am I stuck? Ew. This elevator is gonna fall, isn't it? I broke it. Yep. Ow. Oh, ow. Ow. Oh. Man, oh man. Moth, oh moth. Ah, it's only temporary. Yeah. Going up. Fucking dies. Basically. Well, I think this is a good spot to call it for the next time. Like, getting to Act 2 seems like a pretty good feat to accomplish for today. And we'll pick it up next time with Act 2. There's still so much to do. We're like 1/3 of the way done, I think. Hornet does a wiggle. I really want to see where the fleas have been going. What the hell? Undeserved. I don't think Suki wants me to stop. She likes watching me. Yeah, thank you all for hanging out with me today. I hope you all enjoyed. If you haven't already, here's my Discord, my socials, and my merch page if you want to grab yourself something. Get yourself a little keychain, a Dakimakura, a mouse pad, put me in the jar so I can carry you with me. Oh, okay. Couldn't I just like sit in your pocket or something? That would have been good too. Oh. This was fun. Tomorrow I'm gonna be streaming what's it called? Little Witch in the Woods? Yeah, Little Witch in the Woods. I'm gonna try and do a little Witchcraft Wednesdays. Tank Hamster! Oh my goodness. Hello! Playing Darkwood. How was it? Froze into your stream. No, I was just about to end stream here myself, actually. Wise words up today? Okay. Where are you coming in from? A little hamster. Hamster! How are you? Yeah, welcome in. I am Robin Sashiko, the alchemist who's here to make your day just a little bit more magical. I'm a chaotic, comfy indie game and variety game streamer and aspiring voice actress. I just got to Act 2 of Soak Song, and I've already been going for 4 hours, so I was thinking about calling it here. I hope you don't mind, but thank you so much for the raid. Here's my socials, my Discord, and my merch page if any of you are interested in seeing more of me. I'll be back tomorrow around 7 p.m. EST, so an hour from now, tomorrow. But this was good. I feel like we've accomplished quite a bit today. I gotta find out who we feel like raiding. Alright, when I start D&D. Heck yeah. Oh bye, I'm sorry. I appreciate the raid though. I appreciate you. I'll give you lots of hugs and squishes later. Who is in raiding distance? Put my controller away. Eunice doing some art. Ezra streaming. Cindy's streaming. Alvinil streaming. Hey. Trinity streaming. Anogi is streaming. I recently reached out to Anogi, or they reached out to me because they were bored. They've only been going for a couple minutes, so I might raid Anogi. They're a very silly, shitposty kind of artist. Trans, very cute, very good art. Heckin' good. I have no idea what they're doing, but I think you guys might have fun with them. Okay. You guys go have fun with Anogi. Here's my raid message. And I will see you all tomorrow. Stay bright, Nightlights. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me today. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.